Good morning, everybody. This is Rebecca here. It is early in the morning here. It is 6:29 a.m. and just putting up Earthquake 3D and live satellite so that y'all can check in and see where the hurricane is at. This one is one that we do need to be keeping a big focus on, as it is still headed west. It has not turned yet, so as we're watching it, it is still headed this way. And if it doesn't turn soon, then when it does turn, if it does turn, it is going to be a direct hit on the East Coast. So this is something to keep an eye on. And some of us who have been watching this had noticed a pulse yesterday. So, I don't know whether they're steering this hurricane or what, but there is something going on. Anyways, I will be back into the chat to talk. It's really, really early, and I'm trying to be quiet so I don't wake my granddaughter up. Okay, Nova. You guys check out Nova's stream. He's put up some videos in the last few days. Also, some of my other mods are sleeping right now, so they're not going to be here. I hope y'all can hear me okay. And what we're looking at is the last 7 days worth of earthquakes. Or actually, it's not up yet. It's the last 50 for EMSC, and then we've got Australia and USGS 1 day, and GeoNet last 50, and England. Oh my goodness. And yes, I still have my cold. I ended that 7 days worth of antibiotics yesterday, and back to sneezing again this morning. However, I am feeling much, much better. Also, I did a video last night, and I don't know if maybe somebody here who's a bigger YouTuber than I am can tell me, but I did a video last night, and I was talking about the channel. Well, I did something different. I went and removed all the keywords for my videos. So I decided to go back to where there's no keywords, and hope that works better. So we'll see if that is something that's been affecting my channel. Ooh, where we got 5 at? Off the east coast of Kamchatka, there's been 0 over here, and there's been an earthquake over here. So that last 5 is a 5.2 off the east coast of Kamchatka. Occurred 20 minutes ago. So that was a refresh for the earthquake. And there's also been a 0.0 over here in Alaska. Now this thing will ring in when different agencies post earthquakes. You got 2 cat ones for later? Okay, I'll make sure I take care of them for you. Unless you're going to be able to get them uploaded, I'll do it. I hope it's me, Richard. Might be somebody else. I wonder who's kidnapped my YouTube channel. Ooh, it's not my daughter. That would be fun though. I think one of these days I might get my daughter to do a YouTube video. Then y'all can see she and I have voices that sound very much alike. Welcome to the live stream. Good morning to whoever else is watching. Feel free to chat in the chat room. That is what it's there for. And I will be back in a few minutes so that I don't wake up my granddaughter. I can see she's going to be up here pretty soon. I'm glad you had rain, Richard. That hopefully put out the fires in your area. Um, I was wondering about that. You didn't have any lightning and stuff that started new fires, did you? Yeah, just because there's thunder and lightning and rain, that's not always a good thing in areas that are having wildfires. That can actually lead to new wildfires. So you have to be careful. Um, I'm not paying attention to Windy right now because Windy is not exactly in the same place as the satellite is showing. The next refresh is in 2 minutes and 44 seconds. It has 3 minutes and 30 seconds for each refresh and then we're using CODIS. So I'm using CODIS to show you where this hurricane is, and it will refresh because I'm waiting because it's supposed to turn, but you can see that it is actually bouncing here. Like it starts this way and then it comes back westerly. So that is something that I've been paying attention to because the whole time it has been moving west. Every time they say it's supposed to turn at one location or the next location, it still continues westerly. So if it continues to stay west and doesn't actually turn, it's going to hit Florida. If it does turn and it's more closer to Florida, then it is going to hit the East Coast. Hey, let me show you guys my picture I made this morning. I did something fun. Erin, go away. All right, I'll be back in a minute. Just had a 4.5, so just so you guys know, my Earthquake 3D is now working correctly. So, not having any issues with it now. I had to get a hold of Walton and let him know I was having an issue with my Earthquake 3D.
Okay, guys, sorry, I had the sound off. Erin is right about here, according to weather.gov. It has 130 miles per hour winds, so it makes it a Cat 4. And it is moving at 13 miles per hour. So it seems to have slowed down a little bit because if I was correct the other day, it was 14 or 15 miles per hour. So as of right now, it's 13 miles per hour movement forward. And if we have another little disturbance coming that is back behind this hurricane. Now, when I was looking at windy, if I was future casting, it shows that it fizzles out. So we'll see what happens with this one here, which is this pressure that is behind Erin. I don't think anything much is going to happen with this one um, from what I've seen. Hopefully, but we'll have to keep an eye on it in the next few days. But through the next 7 days, it has a 50% chance of forming. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. I'll show y'all what Wendy shows real quick for this hurricane, even though it does not appear to be in the same location as satellite. Satellite shows it to be closer towards the islands, but we'll show you what Wendy is showing. So Wendy shows that it's taken a turn as of today and that it is speeding along towards my state, North Carolina. And as I'm watching this, you can see how the front clouds are actually coming onshore. So we are going to be affected here all the way into my area. And this is supposed to go up along the coast here. Now, as we stop this and look, you can see New York's going to be affected. DC is going to be affected. Into Virginia is going to be affected. And still into North Carolina as of Thursday. So this is going to be a Wednesday through Thursday event. As we watch this, you can see this other system back here, which is right here. And you can watch this is going up here along Nova Scotia area, so they need to be keeping an eye out too. But the system here is pretty much not really doing too much. It will form for a few minutes, but I think it actually takes the same path as Erin does. Now you can see that it is formed. Now we're watching this one, goes all the way across towards, I believe it's United Kingdom here. Oops, well, it's still going. Okay. And you can see it's been ripped apart here, and it's still moving, but it's more or less a tropical storm system type system. And that one comes up here. As we see, the remnants of Erin head into United Kingdom and France. And that's pretty much what happens if we stick with what Wendy shows is going to happen. Wendy's been pretty accurate. However, they've not been accurate on the turns. So you have something to keep an eye on. Then let's check out the Eastern Pacific. Nothing out there right now. In Central Pacific, this does not show the upper part of the Pacific. So if there are storms up in the upper part of the Pacific or in the western part of the Pacific, it does not show them on the National Hurricane Pacific Weather Center. Okay, so let me give y'all an update real quick. The latest tracker possible East Coast impacts of Hurricane Erin. Tropical storm alerts are in effect for Turks and Caicos and the southeastern Bahamas. Hurricane Erin is a Category 4 storm with winds of 130 miles an hour. Hatteras. Okay, so oops, hang on a second. The latest tracker possible. I'm watching on another stream. Hatteras is under a mandatory evacuation. Breakers of 15 to 20 feet are likely at the beach. Extreme beach, coastal damage, and severe saltwater inundation are likely. Myrtle Beach could see 7 to 10 foot seas, breaking waves of 5+ feet, and life-threatening rip currents. So it is not time for you to go out there, go boating, or go surfing, or swimming. Tropical storm alerts are in effect for the Turks and Caicos and southeastern Bahamas. Last night's update, Hurricane Erin had intensified into a Category 4 storm as of 11 p.m. Life-threatening rip currents and high surf are expected across the U.S. East Coast this week. Tropical storm force winds could reach the Outer Banks. As of last night, Hurricane Erin's winds had gone down to 125 miles per hour at the 5 p.m. update, which had made it a Category 3 storm. Now it is a Category 4 again. Category 4, they're expecting it to have winds of 150 miles per hour again. Tropical storm warnings are in effect for Turks and Caicos. As noted, Erin is expected to bring life-threatening rip currents and major swells to the Bahamas and the U.S. East Coast. So that is the latest update. Trying to find some more information here because things are being updated quickly. Okay, so Hurricane Erin became the first major hurricane of 2025 Atlantic hurricane season and is going to be a storm for the history books. The powerful storm rapidly intensified over the weekend, going from Category 1 hurricane to a catastrophic Category 5 with winds of 160 miles per hour in a matter of hours. I have never seen that happen before. Powerful Hurricane Erin re-strengthened and became an extremely dangerous Category 4 as it continued its journey across the Atlantic, prompting officials in North Carolina to issue local states of emergency and forcing residents and visitors to evacuate some areas. Hurricane Erin, which became the first major storm of the 2025 Atlantic hurricane season, is no doubt going to be a storm for the history books. The powerful storm rapidly intensified over the weekend, going from Category 1 to a Category 5. Hurricane Erin's outer rain bands have now started to impact the southeastern Bahamas and Turks and Caicos Islands, where tropical storm warnings remain in effect. A tropical storm watch was issued for the central Bahamas on Monday morning. And while the storm will likely stay to the east of the U.S., officials are warning of life-threatening surf and rip currents at beaches up and down the East Coast from Florida and the Southeast through the Mid-Atlantic, Northeast, and New England this weekend. Yesterday, officials in Dare County, North Carolina declared a state of emergency and issued a mandatory evacuation for Hatteras Island, including unincorporated villages of Rodanthe, Waves, Salvo, Avon, Buxton, Frisco, and Hatteras. They stated that it is time to secure property, finalize plans, and evacuate with belongings, and to follow instructions from officials and property managers. A similar situation unfolded nearby in Hyde County, where the Board of Commissioners enacted a state of emergency for Ocracoke Island due to anticipated flooding impacts from Hurricane Erin, and I have family that is there. In addition, a mandatory evacuation order was issued for visitors that started at 8 p.m. Sunday and for residents starting at 6 a.m. Tuesday. While Hurricane Erin is expected to stay well off our coast, the system will continue to increase in size and is forecast to bring life-threatening impacts to Ocracoke coastline and render Highway 12 impassable. The National Weather Service office in Newport Moorhead City has issued a high surf advisory and coastal flood watch in advance of Hurricane Erin's impacts. The NWS said large breaking waves of 7 to 12 feet are expected in the surf zone, and significant oceanside inundation above ground level is likely in the low-lying areas near the shore and in tidal water waves. As the latest advisory from the National Hurricane Center, Hurricane Erin has maximum sustained winds of 130 miles an hour, making it a Category 4 on the Saffir-Simpson's hurricane wind scale. The NCHC said that some additional strengthening is expected on Monday. So they're expecting it to strengthen more today. Even though some weakening is forecast beginning Monday night, Erin will remain a large and dangerous major hurricane through the middle of the week. It is a massive system. The NHC said that hurricane force winds extend outwards up to 80 miles, while tropical storm force winds extend outward up to 230 miles. So when you see it here, you get your hurricane force winds here, and then the rest of this is tropical storm force winds. Hurricane Erin is currently located more than 900 miles southeast of Cape Hatteras, North Carolina, and was moving off to the northwest at 13 miles per hour. The NHC said that Hurricane Erin should make a gradual turn towards the north later Monday and into Tuesday. On that track, the NHC said that the center of Hurricane Erin is expected to pass to the east of the southeastern Bahamas on Monday and move between U.S. East Coast and Bermuda by the middle of the week. The outer bands from Hurricane Erin will produce locally heavy rains across portions of Hispaniola through Monday and through Tuesday for the Turks and Caicos Islands and portions of the southeastern Bahamas. Additional rainfall amounts of 2 to 4 inches are possible, with locally higher amounts of up to 6 inches not out of the question. Swells generated by Hurricane Erin will impact the Bahamas, Bermuda Islands, the east coast of the U.S., and Atlantic Canada over the next several days. Those dangerous conditions will likely cause that one there is probably for Kamchatka. Okay, so those dangerous conditions will likely cause life-threatening surf and rip currents, and storm surge could also cause minor coastal flooding in areas of onshore winds of the Turks and Caicos Islands and in southeastern Bahamas. So, as y'all know, this hurricane is going like this, and it's like this and like this. You see all these little creeks and waterways and stuff that come up through here. It'll be pushing water as it's coming up. It'll be pushing it up those rivers. So my area is no stranger to having problems with flooding because of hurricanes. Hi, Auntie A. Hope you're doing well. I see you're in chat today. Good morning, or afternoon, depending on where you are located in the world. Auntie A says, hi, Rebecca. Been watching Erin from this end. Looks like we might get the tail end of it next week. Hope you are feeling better. I'm getting there. I finished taking my methylprednisolone yesterday, and my antibiotic. And this morning, you can tell I'm still coughing, so probably end up going back in and telling them, hey, I need something else, but I got cough syrup still. This was just a bad one, and it's because we've had rain, and then it's been hot in the hundreds, and then it gets cold at night, and oh yeah, it's a wicked time because that kind of weather can make you sick. But yes, I am doing much better. Thank you. So my biggest curiosity with this hurricane is when it's going to turn, and what I'm hoping is that it will make a bigger U-turn than they're saying it will, and sooner. Um, we've had a lot of rain here in North Carolina this last week. Um, the last 2 days it's been nice. It did sprinkle a little bit yesterday, but the last 2 days we've actually been away from having rain. And oh, you're in Scotland. That's awesome. Nice to have you here. It is 12:09 a.m. there. Wow. Well, welcome to our chat. I am glad you are here. So what I'm hoping is, if you watch my mouse here, I'm hoping that it'll do this and just be gone and out of here instead of coming closer to the United States. But, that's hopefulness. Because my biggest worry is that it's going to turn later than they say it will, and then it'll either hit Florida, Georgia, South Carolina, or North Carolina, and then bounce all the way up the coast. And man, New York doesn't need more flooding. They're already a flat state. So yes, the satellite does refresh on its own. It updates, I believe it's every 4 minutes it changes, and it'll continuously update. But I've been watching because I figured I'd put it up and watch along with you guys because it's supposed to turn today. And I'm waiting to see if it does. And so far what I'm seeing is it's all over the place. That eye is up this way, then back down this way. So who knows what it's going to do, It's a thing called nature, and I'm a big believer that mankind doesn't control nature. However, there's a lot of people that would say that mankind is trying to control hurricanes, and we've seen some proof of that. They've got weather modification. I could go down the rabbit hole. There is weather modification and all kinds of stuff, so who's to say that this hurricane hasn't been modified? I mean, last year we had flooding from a storm, okay? I'd never seen a hurricane go straight up a state, go straight up in the United States and turn left and right at the same time. It's just, I've never seen that. And then it dumped flooding all over North Carolina. And those areas, you guys, that were hit last year, they still are not anywhere near back to normal. There are people that are still homeless. So, yeah, we got to keep an eye on these because I think this is going to be a bad year. So let's give you an update. The last earthquake to actually have occurred, according to EMSC, was a 2.2 in Baja California, Mexico, over here. So there's your 2.2. I can't put up the EMSC today, so the link is in the chat if y'all want to follow along with the earthquakes. The link is in the chat for the earthquakes for EMSC. I don't pull up USGS, however, USGS does show on here. So this is USGS, EMSC, Australia, UK, and who else we got? I forget, and New Zealand. It's 12:09 p.m. there. Ah, okay. Sorry. Hey, Rich Quake, you still in the chat room? Oh, there you are. I see you. So I'm debating letting the stream run for quite a few hours. Okay, that no made me laugh. My daughter just made me dinner for breakfast. Rice, beef, and broccoli. No, not for 48 hours. Just for a few hours. Um, as we get closer to when the hurricane is coming up towards the United States, I might keep it live. It's I'm debating doing that because there's a lot of people that do want to keep an eye on where this hurricane's going, and it's a good way to keep research. Hey Nova, if I was to keep my live stream up for 48 hours, oh no, I'd be stressed out. Um, 48 hours is a long time to keep a live stream up, and YouTube doesn't like anything past 10 to 12 hours. Well, actually, 8 to 10 hours. So you guys know I'm not doing any music today because I am putting this video up on my channel. So there is no music today. However, it is not monetized. So I am not monetizing this so that y'all won't have to worry about watching ads. So if you see any ads, it is because of YouTube. It is not because I have ads on this live stream. There are no ads on here, as far as I know. Okay, so here's another article. Um, Hurricane Erin is now a sprawling Category 4 turning in the Atlantic. The storm's enormous footprint is becoming the biggest concern as it threatens to drive life-threatening rip currents and towering waves towards the U.S. coastline and Bermuda. The storm is forecasted to stay well offshore, but its expansive wind field is already sending large swells outward for hundreds of miles, bringing dangerous rip currents to U.S. shores as the storm prepares to move north. Erin's outer rain bands have lashed Puerto Rico, triggering flash flooding and power outages, and started impacting the southeast Bahamas and the Turks and Caicos Islands early Monday, according to the National Hurricane Center. Large swells from the hurricane will reach much of the east coast and Bermuda starting Tuesday, with conditions expected to worsen through the week. Even though Erin is expected to remain far offshore, the threat to life from the rip currents and high surf along the beaches is real. Erin is forecast to curve north-northeast between U.S. East Coast and Bermuda over the coming days. Okay. And remaining offshore, but strengthening again and growing even larger in size. That means its influence will be felt not through direct landfall, but through water, large pounding surf, dangerous currents, and coastal flooding during high tides. On Sunday, Dare County in North Carolina, where Outer Banks are located, issued a local state of emergency, which includes a mandatory evacuation. Coastal flooding and ocean overwatch are expected to begin as early as Tuesday, August 19th, 2025, and continue through Thursday, August 21st, 2025. Portions of NC Highway 12 on Hatteras will be impassable for several days. Bermuda also lies in Erin's path of influence, with forecasters expecting the island to see very rough seas and possibly tropical storm force winds later this week. Elsewhere along the U.S. East Coast, from South Carolina to Delmarva Peninsula and New Jersey shore, the rip current risk will climb sharply Tuesday through Thursday, even under sunny skies. So far this year, 44 people have died from rip currents and other surf zone hazards in the U.S., according to the National Weather Service. Over the past decade, rip currents have proven to be one of the top weather killers in the U.S., behind only heat and flooding. The Weather Service says rip currents usually take more lives each year than lightning, hurricanes, and tornadoes put together. With peak summer crowds still flocking to the coast, officials are urging beachgoers to stay out of the water when rip current alerts are in effect. This is not the week to swim in the ocean. The outer bands of Erin continue to produce heavy rainfall across Puerto Rico, with additional rainfall of up to 2 inches expected across the island through Monday night. A flood watch remains in effect for the island through Monday evening, according to the National Weather Service, as a powerful storm left 100,000 people without power. And that is according to Governor Jennifer Gonzalez Colon. Additional rainfall of up to 6 inches is forecast over the Turks and Caicos and the eastern Bahamas through Tuesday. Flash flooding, landslides, and mudslides are possible. There are tropical storm warnings in effect for Turks and Caicos Islands and southeast Bahamas. A tropical storm watch for central Bahamas was issued by the country's government early Monday, according to the National Hurricane Center. Erin's impact began over the weekend when it logged one of the fastest intensification bursts on record in the Atlantic. In just over a day, the storm jumped from tropical storm strength to Category 5, peaking near 165-mile-per-hour winds on Saturday as it feasted on exceptionally warm water and favorable atmospheric conditions. It then eased to Category 3 while undergoing an eyewall replacement cycle, a structural reset where a new larger eyewall forms and steals energy from the old one. Wind dips during the swap, but the storm usually grows in size. Now that the eyewall replacement is complete, Erin has re-intensified to Category 4 with a broader wind field that widens the zone of dangerous surf and rip currents. The hurricane's rapid intensification over the weekend was a stark reminder of how quickly storms can strengthen in a warming climate. It is also unusual to see a Category 5 storm form so early in the season, particularly outside the Gulf of Mexico. Erin is the Atlantic's first hurricane of the season. 4 other systems roamed the Atlantic basin before Erin. They were Andrea, Barry, Chantal, Dexter. but none were stronger than a tropical storm. The Hurricane Center has already identified a tropical wave behind Erin that has a medium chance of developing into a tropical depression or tropical storm within the next 7 days. It's too early to say whether the system will materialize or where it may go, but forecasters are watching it closely. Despite Erin turning up cooler waters beneath the surface, there's still plenty of warm water for storms to tap into, the sea surface temperatures remaining well above average. So, August is when the tropics usually start having hurricanes. So, this is the time to be paying attention, and they will last until at least November. When I was younger, I remember a December hurricane that hit Virginia. Um, that was when I was like maybe 5 years old. And that was in December, I remember, because it was around Christmas time. Okay, I will be back in a few minutes.
She came rolling in like a freight train loud. The sky split open and the thunder bound. Erin's wrath, oh, it kissed the ground. Spinning fast, spinning wild. Winds howl, they call her name. She's the queen of chaos, the queen of pain. Erin, Erin, tearing through the night, stealing the stars, hiding the light. Erin, Erin, no one stands tall. You don't fight
And that is my hurricane song. Let me turn the volume back up again and make sure that the volume is actually good on here for you guys, because I've been talking, but I don't know whether my sound's good. Yep, it's perfect. Okay, so that was a hurricane song that I created. Hope y'all liked it. I am feeling so sorry for the people that are being affected by this hurricane right now. I mean, these they get hurricanes all the time, so you know that they have to be prepared for them. However, it's just they're getting a category 4 right now. You can see the little islands right here. You can be prepared, but you know what? I just hope that they were totally prepared for this, because I don't think that this storm was this from what was being shown for this hurricane, it was supposed to turn before it actually kept going this far. Okay, guys, gotta go feed the granddaughter, and I'll be back in a few minutes.
Hey everybody who's watching, please subscribe if you're not subscribed already. I am trying to get away from the 666 number. Let me show y'all. Ta-da! So I want to get away from this number. So please subscribe. Subscribe. Thank you. Hey everybody who's watching, please subscribe if you're not subscribed already. Yes, I'm watching from my big TV, so it actually looks really great on a TV if you're watching on a TV. Um, I, I, oops, let me put this back up there. I was just looking at the subscriber numbers, and I'm like, oh no, I need to get off of that one. So, if you're not subscribed already, please hit the subscribe button and help this channel to grow. I am asking nicely. Thank you. Thank you, Nova, for sharing. Today is just a quiet stream. Today is just watching earthquakes and this hurricane. It is not a full-on event. It's just a update so you can check in, check out as you like. I woke up early this morning and decided I wanted to keep an eye on this hurricane. I don't know how long I'm going to stay live. I may go live and go live again later this afternoon. But I am live streaming this for anybody who would like to watch, earthquakes as well as watch this hurricane and what's going on with it, because they are saying that it is supposed to turn today. So that is why I'm keeping an eye, because it's continued on its west motion every time that they have said that it is going to turn so far. So it's either going to continue straight and hit Florida, or it's going to continue to go straight and then turn later and then cause damage up the East Coast. And that is what I am keeping an eye on. And even though the eye of the storm may be off land, part of the storm will be on land as it goes up the coast, because it is a very, very wide hurricane. I'm hoping that it dissipates and fizzles away into nothingness, but you know, wishing doesn't get you anywhere. Let me take a look and see if I do. That would be a blessing. Thank you. Oh, I so appreciate that. I just got 2 subscribers, so thank you. I appreciate that. I needed that. Oh my goodness. I was sitting there looking at that number going, oh, that's bad. That's bad. Don't want to see that. YouTube would have had me stuck at that number. When I remember when I first got 13 subscribers, it stayed on 13 subscribers, I think, for a month. And I remember thinking, won't it move? It can't move. Won't it move? So let's give y'all some facts about me, because not a lot of people know me. So I did go to college. I studied criminal justice, latent evidence, criminal justice technology, and I did a minor in geology and science. And so I can talk about the things that I am talking about. Then I went and I worked, at the same time I was working for the Sheriff's Department as a traffic officer. And from there, I went and worked as a security officer. So I have done quite a bit. I have been interested and focused on science my whole life.
So I have always been into natural events and things that occur around the world. And I have an associate's degree to be able to teach. I may just have the 666 now, but I think I have it. I'll show you. I think I have more than that. Thank you to the 2 people who just subscribed. I appreciate it. I wish I'd go up 2 an hour. That would be nice. Grow this channel. Y'all help grow this channel, and I'll start making long videos for you. Again. Yes. Nightbot says earthquakes happen every day. You can choose to be prepared so you can be safe and get through. That is a motto that I have. Where is this one at? That's ringing in the same, I think the same earthquake. No, it's not. It's ringing in a 4.9, which is Kamchatka. Well, that's a 4.2. That one is Greece. So there's another one for Greece. But this one is over here, Kamchatka area. Or is that one Timor? No, that might be Timor. Sorry. Because Timor downgraded to a 4.9 from a 5.1. Then you had Western Turkey, which was a 1.4. And then a 4.3 offshore El Salvador. Then a 1.4 Western Turkey. A 3.9 Crete, Greece. And a 4.2 Crete, Greece. Now, I do not have Turkey turned on because it was not working on my Earthquake 3D, so I have left it off. So that is why you're not going to see the earthquakes through this area here, unless they're reported by EMSE or USGS. Then we do have the UK turned on, as the UK does have earthquakes. I did not turn on Canada today. I will have Canada on, however, I am working on getting everything working correctly. I've so far got everything right now for the sites that I have working correctly. So if we're missing Canada's earthquakes, it is only because of the fact that it's 30 days and it kept ringing in Canada instead of ringing in the other earthquake sites. So for right now, Canada is turned off. Sorry, but I had to turn that off because it was only ringing in Canada. There's the 4.8 down here, right there coming around. It was a green flag, but it has changed now. So this is a 4.9 up here. The 4.8 is right here. If y'all are following my mouse. Canada. Canada. I am teasing Nova Scotia Richquake. This hurricane looks mean, you guys, and it looks like it's going through an eye wall replacement again. Hopefully that means that there will be a turn. Yes, I did. Thank you, Nova. I know my sound's working, right? Yeah, my sound's working. Hi, Auntie A. Glad to see you back. How's the weather in your part of the world? Let's see here. I'm going to put in weather for Scotland. Uh-oh. Is my weather not? Oh, it's working. Okay. It says weather for Scotland. Conditions are sunny with a temperature of 75 degrees Fahrenheit or 24 degrees Celsius. The wind is blowing from the south at 0 miles per hour. How can it blow at 0 miles per hour? Okay, anyway. And the current humidity is 92%. Oh my goodness. That's awful. Like that 75 degrees Fahrenheit though. It is, let's see, what is it here? It's 79 and it feels like it's 89 degrees outside. Well, I appreciate that. Thank you. YouTube would have liked to have had me stuck there. So, how are the fires doing, Nova Scotia, Richquake? Gray skies, sunny? Ah. Yeah, it's funny how the weather will tell you it's one thing and then it's another. By the way, y'all can use the commands on my channel. So if you want to check the weather for your area, you put in the apostrophe weather and then write in the location that you want to check. Feel free to check the weather for your area. You still have a wildfire? I would have figured that the rain would have put it out. Well, depending on how bad it is, I guess. Only some rain, yeah. So what's new? Let's see here what I can tell you that's new for today. NASA rover has found dinosaur eggs, hinting at life on Mars. Huh? Okay, the discovery of particular formations resembling dinosaur eggs on Mars by NASA's Curiosity rover has sparked excitement and speculation about the possibility of ancient life on the red planet. While these formations are not actual dinosaur eggs, their unusual appearance has prompted scientists to investigate their origins and what they could reveal about Mars geologically and potential biological history. They were identified by NASA's Curiosity rover and have captivated the science community and public. These formations, colloquially referred to as dinosaur eggs, are actually rock structures with smooth, rounded exterior. They vary in size, with some as small as a marble and others comparable to a football. The intriguing shapes and textures of these formations have led scientists to draw parallels with similar geological structures found on Earth, such as those created by volcanic or sedimentary process. Well, that is interesting. You guys already know I don't talk too much about political stuff. However, Zelensky and all the European leaders are going to be at the White House for talks on Ukraine today. So that should be interesting. If you follow politics, then you can go to a political channel and keep an eye on that, because this is just going to be interesting. And you guys know we have this, looks like an asteroid that is heading straight towards Earth, and scientists are talking about it being a UFO. Oh my goodness. Well, you guys, a YouTuber has died. He filmed his own death in a whirlpool accident. He was known for chasing danger. Jacob Cockle filmed himself getting too close to a deadly whirlpool. This time there was no escape. That is a sad story. There's been a severe storm in Apopka. I believe that's in Florida. It snapped telephone poles and disrupted power and resulted in considerable damage. And 3 hours ago, NASA stated that there is a big upcoming moon mission, including revised timelines, new lander tech, and bold plans for the Artemis program. With delays, upgrades, and shifting partnerships, the road to the moon is changing fast. So they're about to make a giant leap as to going and walking on the moon again. FBI has issued warnings to all smartphone users. If you have a smartphone, you're a target. That's the thinking behind the latest scam going viral, where hackers use malicious text messages and packages you didn't order in a bid to steal your personal information and wipe out your financial accounts. The Federal Bureau of Investigation issued a warning this week about a new type of brushing scam. In a traditional brushing scams, online vendors send merchandise to an unsolicited recipient and then use the recipient's information to post a positive review of the product. As annoying as fake reviews can be, now bad actors are taking things one step further, using this setup to siphon data from unsuspecting victims in particularly insidious ways. The difference boils down to the QR code in these packages, and it's a fresh reminder for why we could all stand to be a little more careful about how we use our phones to interact with the world around us. In this variation, criminals send unsolicited packages containing a QR code that prompts the recipient to provide personal and financial information or unwittingly download malicious software that steals data from their phone. This is a new version of it happening, and the FBI is warning the public. Criminals are sending unsolicited packages containing a QR code, and once scanned, victims provide personal and financial information. The scammers often don't include a return address, Okay, let me read that again. The scammers often don't include a return address or any information about the name of the sender, which entices people to scan the QR code. They're betting on people being curious to learn more about a random package arriving at their doorstep. Once scanned, the QR code collects personal and financial information about the victim while also downloading malicious software onto their phone. Attackers have used this method to quietly siphon credit card numbers as well as credentials for bank accounts, security trading accounts, and crypto accounts. So if you receive a package that doesn't have a name on it from where it came or any of that, do not scan the QR code. And I would think that that is mail included. So if you get a piece of mail in your mailbox or you get a package on your doorstep, do not hit on your phone, do not check the QR code. In fact, I would mark it return to sender, because the post office has got to know where it's coming from if it's being shipped from somewhere. So, whoa, you guys. A lottery winner was arrested days after claiming a $167 million jackpot. Don't see a whole lot of information, but he was arrested for battery, caught on body cam, kicking a deputy. Whoa. Shame on him. Okay, so this one here is about Vesta. Vesta may be much more than an asteroid. For years, astronomers treated Vesta as just an asteroid. This is back from 2007. NASA launched the Dawn spacecraft. Where did it go? Hang on. Let me go back. Okay, so Vesta is still one of the largest known objects in the asteroid belt, but its interior may not be what scientists suspect. Data collected from NASA's Dawn spacecraft and reanalyzed years later is rewriting what we know about the early planets may have formed and what might have gone wrong in the case of Vesta. Back when they launched the Dawn spacecraft to study the two largest bodies in the asteroid belt, Vesta and Ceres, Dawn orbited Vesta from 2011 to 2012, mapping its surface, measuring gravity, and sending back high-resolution images. These images, along with radiometric data from Deep Space Network, gave scientists an early idea of what Vesta looked like beneath the surface. At first, the evidence suggested Vesta had gone through planetary differentiation. And this is the process where the densest materials sink to the center, forming a core, while lighter materials form a mantle and crust. It's how planets like Earth and Mars came to be. Vesta's volcanic surface made it look like it had followed the same path, but something wasn't adding up. A decade after Dawn's mission ended in 2018, researchers at NASA's Jet Propulsion Lab decided to take a fresh look at the data using better calibration and updated processing tools. What they found challenged a long-held belief: Vesta may not have a core at all. Our findings show Vesta's history is far more complex than previously believed. We are thrilled to confirm the data's strength in revealing Vesta's deep interior. So Vesta doesn't have a core. How did it form? Researchers are now exploring two main ideas. The first is that Vesta began to differentiate. Its insides started to melt and separate into layers, but something interrupted the process. This could have been caused by a late start in forming or limited exposure to heat-producing elements like radioactive aluminum-26. The second theory is more dramatic. It suggests that Vesta might be a shattered remnant of a much larger differentiated planet. That body could have been destroyed in a massive collision during the solar system's early years. Vesta would then be just one of the resembled pieces, chunky space debris from a growing world that never made it. That's interesting, you guys. So yes, I am into all kinds of scientific stuff. Please remember to hit the like button and subscribe while you're here. Also, we do offer memberships on this channel. I believe they're $1. But as far as members go, I will be having member-only chats, and I will be having member-only videos. I just need to have more than 3 members to have member-onlys. And I'm drinking coffee this morning. I did get coffee yesterday. Boy, this hurricane is so ugly looking. You can tell it's getting stronger. If y'all see the darker core, where it's black, it is getting stronger. And it's also rebuilding its eye wall. So, yeah, I expect this hurricane will strengthen. Let me see if weather.gov has updated the speed on the hurricane yet. Okay, so they did update at 8 a.m., so 30 minutes ago, and it is still at 130 miles per hour, and it is still moving northwest. So it is moving northwest now, so hopefully that's good news. Northwest means it's actually going this way. Uh-oh, it's going... But it looks like it's actually going west again. So if I'm following this, it was going northwest. But if you watch this eye, it looks like it started going west again. So we'll see what it does. Okay, I'm looking at the live chat right now. I'm checking to see if there's anybody talking at all. Feel free to chat in the chat room. We do have a mod. We have mods a lot of the time. They are not here to remove you from the chat room. You may talk about whatever you would like to talk about. However, just keep it clean and be respectful of other people. Nova, you're still here? Well, let me know when you have to go out. And if you need to leave it all at any time, we do have Nightbot. So Nightbot will remove anything that is derogatory from the channel. Yeah, here you guys. Here is the newest update. Location, moving northwest at 13 miles per hour. Minimum pressure is 933 millibars. Max sustained is 130. Let's take a look at this. So it does show it coming a little more into North Carolina now. Let's see here. This is getting closer. So it, up until South Carolina border here on Thursday, it is going to be, I call it an M for monster, but it means major. Then it'll be hurricane again. Now, the cone of uncertainty. This could actually go all the way out to this way, like this. This dot here could go all the way out this way. It could turn and it could go out this way, and it could go this way. That's why you see so many spaghetti noodles. So we'll just continue to keep an eye on this and see what's happening. And it looks like there has been another earthquake. There's been a 3.2 in El Salvador over here. I want to take the minute to thank everybody who has come to our channel today, who has hung out us on the live stream this early in the morning. Hopefully you're having your coffee and watching along with me and listening to news updates and weather updates and all kinds of updates. Thank you for being here and thank you for taking the time to spend with me. I appreciate it. You're having coffee too? You've got a friend in Virginia, so you hope it goes north. I will. I am hoping the same thing because depending on where you're at in Virginia, we are going to be affected. A lot of people are looking at this and thinking, oh, but it's going to be offshore. Well, guess what? The outer part of the rings are going to be onshore. In fact, I've got a picture. Let me see if I can find it. I have a picture which shows what it'll most likely look like when it comes towards North Carolina. Let me see if I can find this picture that I took. I did kind of steal it. Let me see if I can find it. So this is a picture. And this is what it should look like Wednesday. And this is coming from a weather page. But this is North Carolina here, and you can see I'm over here. So I will be getting the outer bands of this hurricane, depending on where it's at. I'm just hoping that it's not going to be really bad. We don't really need the rain here in North Carolina right now, or Virginia, because we have had flooding within the last month. We're still having flooding going on in Durham and Raleigh, and that was from so much rain that we've had. And then having more rainstorms coming is just what we don't need. We need to dry out some. We're waterlogged. Okay, guys, please hit that like button. It's not that hard to do. It takes just a second, and it's free. And subscribing is free too. And I don't know if YouTube has put videos on my thing. For right now, I am not monetizing the video, but I did see an ad on my end. So just wanted to let you know, I did notice an ad. No, but you see an ads too? Let me check again just to make sure. Yeah, it's off. Well, they do that like for short videos as well. So when you make a short, they monetize your shorts as well. You guys, we have 50-something Facebook groups. If you would like to join a Facebook group, click that link. That will take you to my website. Let me show you the website. Okay, so I'm going to click the link, and I'm going to show you all the website. This is my Rebecca the Explorer website, and these are all of the Facebook groups that we have on Facebook. You are welcome to join any of these groups. Worldwide Earthquake Group is one of the biggest groups that we have, so I'm just going to show it to you real quick. It's got 36.5K members. Oops, cancel. Most all of these links should work. I haven't updated them in a bit, but there hasn't been any changes to the links, so you should be able to join a group if you would like to. We have Volcanoes of Our World, What to Do If the Worst Happens, Are You Prepared? We have Africa, Middle Eastern Earthquake Group, Australia, Alaska, Alabama, Brazil, Canada, California, Chile, Dominican Republic, Florida, Southeast USA, Germany, Greece, Japan, Iceland, Illinois, Kentucky, Ohio, Oklahoma, Missouri, Mexico, Caribbean areas, Mid-Atlantic Ridge earthquakes, Netherlands earthquakes, Nevada, North Carolina earthquakes, New Zealand earthquakes, earthquakes activity New Zealand, North Europe Earthquake Weather and News. New Jersey, Pennsylvania Earthquake Group. That one is now New Jersey, New York, Pennsylvania Earthquake Group. Nebraska Earthquake Group. South Carolina, Oklahoma, Pacific Islands Earthquake Group. We have a Russian Earthquake Group. Tennessee, Texas, Virgin Islands, Virginia, Washington and Oregon, and worldwide. Also on this website here, you can check for seismological sites. So on this site, you can check in the areas that that you might like to be researching for earthquakes. And we also have a MeWe group. So let me show you. I also have a MeWe group. So if you go on groups, I did that wrong. I have Rebecca the Explorer, Earthquake and Volcanoes and News. So this one is on MeWe. Then I am also on Instagram. Also on here, there is a first aid. Hang on, if it'll pop up. There is a write-up on first aid. So if you want to practice first aid or know more about first aid, you can come on here and read through this, and it'll tell you pretty much everything you want to know about first aid. Also, I had started doing a newsletter, but because I do a lot of stuff, I haven't really been keeping up with the newsletter, so I will try to do better on that. And then we have information for Los Angeles, an emergency survival guide. So, if you want to join any of the groups, feel free to join them. And Auntie A says you're not on Facebook. It's okay. I'm also on Twitter and also on MeWe. And I do have a channel on Rumble, but I have not really done much with Rumble yet. And I'm also on TikTok. My cough for the morning. Excuse me, you guys, for coughing. Okay, where's this one? We have just had another big quake. Well, we had a 0.7 in Switzerland. So where's this one? 4.2 in Crete, Greece. 2.7 Western Turkey, 1.6 Western Turkey, 3.2 offshore El Salvador, 2.3 Western Turkey, and a 0.7 Switzerland. So I'm looking for this one. It's probably just an update. Yeah, it's probably just an update for the other earthquake that hit, which they probably have made a 5.0 now. And yes, they have. It's a 4.9, but it is upgraded to a 5.0. I believe that's by USGS. Okay, you guys, I'm working on something, so give me a few minutes. Okay, you guys, I am going to let this stream play, and I have a few things that I have to get done, so I will be in the background and keeping an eye on what is going on over here on the channel, just to let you guys know. And then I will be back in a little bit. Hey everybody, I'm here. I'm just watching. I've been playing around with my granddaughter and I got her to eat cantaloupe. That's the first time for her to eat cantaloupe and she really liked it. I was surprised. Last night, I actually fed her acorn squash and she did not like that. So I'm trying new things with my granddaughter to see if she likes certain things so that when I go grocery shopping, I can buy them. Okay, so I'm here. I'm just watching. Thank you, everybody who's here on the live stream, who's checking into the chat room. Um, Please remember to hit that like button and subscribe if you are not subscribed already. And I'm still waiting for another update on Hurricane Erin. So it has not come out yet. The last update was at 8 o'clock. So the next one should be about, I'm hoping about 12. It may be before then. So we've got time and we'll be live.
The ground is restless, there hums and moans, cracks in the pavement, splitting stones. Silent whispers turn to roars, what's beneath wants out for sure. The walls are swaying back and forth like they're dancing with the earth. Not the earth. Tremble and shake, feel the quake. The world's alive, it's wide awake. No time to run, no time to fake. Tremble and shake, feel the quake. Folks tumble down like falling leaves. The chandelier swings, it starts to grieve. Windows rattle, their glassy song. The night feels loud, voice wrong. It's the heartbeat of a buried giant, breaking chains no longer quiet. A rhythm wild, no man can tame. The earth's alive, it thinks it's clean. Tremble and shake, feel the quake. The world's alive, it's wide awake. No time to run, no time to fake. Tremble and shake, feel the quake. Down like falling leaves, the chandelier swings, it starts to grieve. Windows rattle, their glassy song. The night feels loud and twice as long. It's the heartbeat of a buried giant, breaking chains no longer quiet. But with a wild, no man can tame. The earth's alive, it sticks its claim. Tremble and shake, feel the quake. The world's alive, it's wide awake. No time to run, no time to fake. Tremble and shake, feel the quake. Not the earth. Sunrise creeping through my window pane. Dreams dissolve like sugar in the rain. Eyes half open, heart still in the dark. But the kettle sings my morning hymn. Steam rising like a secret hymn. No coffee in the morning, oh, saves my soul. Little cup of magic makes me whole. Sip by sip, I find my groove. Coffee in the morning, yeah, it makes me move. Spoon clicks the mug like a beating drum. Milk swirls slow like the day to come. Bittersweet, a little life to taste. Wake me up, hold me tight. Liquid courage in the light. You're the spark to my fire, the fuel to my desire. Coffee in the morning, oh, saves my soul. Little cup of magic makes me whole. Sip by sip, I find my groove. Coffee in the morning, yeah, it makes me move. Spoon clicks the mug like a beating drum. Milk swirls slow like the day to come. Bittersweet, a little life to taste. Wake me up, hold me tight. Liquid courage in the light. You're the spark to my fire, the fuel to my desire. Coffee in the morning, oh, saves my soul. Little cup of magic makes me whole. Sip by sip, I find my groove. Coffee in the morning, yeah, it makes me move.
From the mountain high to the ocean's deep, a silent yearning that the whole world keeps. For a hand that's extended, a kind, gentle touch, a common humanity that means so much. We've built up the walls, we've drawn out the lines, forgetting that love is for all of mankind. Oh, let's sing a song for the broken and tired, a harmony of souls, a fire inspired. No more the thunder of the weapon's cruel call, just the peaceful embrace of one and of all. World peace, let it rise on the wings of a dove, a chorus of hope, a symphony of love. The children are playing on soil unstained by the anger and sorrow, a spirit unchained. They share simple laughter and dreams in their eyes, unburdened by histories or by bitter goodbyes. The old ones remember the fights of the past and pray that this stillness forever will last. Oh, let's sing a song for the broken and tired, a harmony of souls, a fire inspired. children will keep. Oh, let's sing a song for the broken and tired, a harmony of souls, a fire inspired. No more the thunder of the weapon's cruel call, just the peaceful embrace of one and of all. World peace, let it rise on the wings of a dove, a chorus of hope, a symphony of love. So let the
Under the earth it rumbles deep, a secret it can't forever keep. Cracks in the stone whispering weak, the mountain's alive, it doesn't sleep. Fire in its veins, it starts to grow, breathing heat, it's ready to blow. A volcano, volcano, burning wild and untamed. A volcano, volcano, you'll never leave it the same. Smoke like a serpent twists to the sky. Lava's a river that doesn't ask why. The ground shakes, the air's a cry. This isn't the place to stand or try. Ashes rain like a blackened snow. Run for cover, the winds will throw. But deep inside it's a hard glow. Creation and chaos in one fierce show. Volcano, volcano, burning wild and untamed. Volcano, volcano, you'll never leave it the same. Smoke like a serpent, twist to the sky. Lava's a river that doesn't ask why. The ground shakes, the air's a cry. That this isn't the place to stand or try. Ashes rain like a blackened snow. Run for cover, the winds will throw. But deep inside it's a heart aglow. Creation and chaos in one fierce show. Volcano, volcano, burning wild and untamed. Volcano, volcano, you'll never leave it the same. Volcano, volcano, you'll never leave it the same.
See that little frog? holding its face. That's me. Okay, you guys, here is an update for y'all. Hurricane Erin is forecasted to bring life-threatening surf and rip currents as a Category 4. Additional strengthening is expected as the storm is forecast to remain a large and dangerous major hurricane through the middle of this week. That's coming from the National Hurricane Center. Hurricane Erin remains a Category 4 storm forecast to bring life-threatening surf and rip currents across the United States East Coast this week. Erin is about 105 miles northeast of Grand Turk Island with a maximum sustained wind of 130 miles per hour, moving northwest at 13 miles per hour. Erin is forecast to pass east of the southeastern Bahamas on Monday and move between Bermuda and the east coast of the United States by the middle of the week. Additional strengthening is expected on Monday as Hurricane Erin is forecast to remain a large and dangerous major hurricane through the middle of the week, and that's according to the National Hurricane Center. A tropical storm warning is in effect for Turks and Caicos Islands and the southeast Bahamas, and a tropical storm watch is in effect for the central Bahamas. Erin is forecast to produce heavy rainfall across part of Hispaniola on Monday and in the Turks and Caicos and portions of the southeast and central Bahamas through Tuesday. 2 to 4 inches with locally higher amounts of 6 inches are forecast. All public services on Turks and Caicos Islands are suspended on Monday as Erin draws near, and locals are urged to stay home, secure property, and have emergency supplies ready. Erin will also generate swells that will impact the Bahamas, Bermuda, and the eastern seaboard of the United States and Atlantic Canada over the next several days, which will likely cause life-threatening surf and rip currents. While the East Coast will not sustain any direct impacts, the Outer Banks does have a 10 to 20% chance of having isolated wind gusts to tropical storm force winds. A state of emergency and mandatory evacuations order is in place for Ocracoke Island and North Carolina Outer Banks. Officials warned that while Erin will remain off the coast, the storm will create coastal flooding that could render Highway 12 impassable for days, hindering emergency response operations. A mandatory evacuation order was issued for visitors Sunday evening and for residents starting Tuesday morning. A coastal flood watch was issued for Ocracoke, and coastal flooding and ocean overwatch are expected to begin Tuesday through Thursday. Dangerous waves, 20 plus feet, will likely inundate and destroy protective dune structures along the highway. Portions of Highway 12 on Ocracoke and Hatteras Island will likely be impassable for several days. Life-threatening swimming and surfing conditions are expected. Erin, the first hurricane of the year's Atlantic season, formed on Friday and pummeled the Caribbean as a Category 3 hurricane over the weekend. It knocked out power to 147,000 customers in Puerto Rico, according to Luma Energy. As of early Monday morning, 96.3% of customers have electricity service again, the island's power company said. So that is just a quick update. Looking to see if there's anything newer. Meteorologists are using the term rapid intensification when a storm's winds increase by at least 35 miles per hour in 24 hours. Simply put, when all the right ingredients come together, a storm can grow much stronger, much faster than usual. warm ocean water, plenty of moisture, and calm winds above the storm create the near flawless setup for Erin's big leap. Because, as you know, it went from a tropical storm to a Cat 5 in one day. But hurricanes can't sustain that peak streak forever. Much like a runner who can't sprint nonstop, storms eventually slow down. They naturally go through cycles where their inner core breaks apart and rebuilds, called an eye wall replacement cycle. Add in some drier air and a touch of more wind shear, and the storm loses some punch. And then those same favorable conditions return, warm water and steady airflow. The storm can fire back up again, which is exactly what we're seeing Erin doing now. We're approaching the peak of hurricane season, the time when storms are most likely to form and strengthen. So hurricanes last usually in through November. However, I know that there have been some in December. I was a child and lived in Virginia, Chesapeake Bay, and there was a hurricane that hit there. I remember I was about 5 years old, and it was during Christmas season, so I haven't forgotten that one. Now, according to Live Science, this is an article from Live Science. They're saying that 100-foot waves across the East Coast could happen this week. Forecasters expect Hurricane Erin, one of the fastest rapidly intensifying storms in history, to bring flooding and dangerous currents as a Category 4 hurricane travels to the U.S. East Coast this week. Coastal flooding and life-threatening rip currents are expected as Hurricane Erin barrels towards the East Coast this week, and powerful storm has a potential to unleash 100-foot or 30-meter waves, forecasters warn. Hurricane Erin emerged as the first hurricane of the 2025 Atlantic season over the weekend, rapidly intensifying on Saturday, August 16th, to become a Category 5, the strongest type of hurricane on the Saffir-Simpson wind scale. Erin then weakened and strengthened again at this time is a Category 4 with sustained wind speeds of about 130 miles per hour or 215 kilometers per hour. The tropical storm is located east of southern Bermuda and is expected to travel between Bermuda and East Coast by the middle of the week. It's not a tropical storm, it's a hurricane. Sorry. While Erin isn't set to make landfall, it would likely threaten coastlines with dangerous waves and flooding. On Sunday, the National Weather Service issued a coastal flood watch for the East Coast, with flooding forecasts as early as Tuesday, August 19th, which will be tomorrow. The Outer Banks Islands off North Carolina are expected to be especially vulnerable. Dare County, which includes a large section of the Outer Banks, issued a state of emergency on Sunday, with mandatory evacuation orders for Hatteras Island in anticipation of the flooding. And the buzzsawing passage of the storm could give extra energy to wind-driven waves, giving them enough energy to reach enormous heights. The latest forecast does indicate that the largest significant wave height could reach values in excess of 50 feet, with an associated, most likely, largest waves of more than 100 feet. That's coming from Gene Bidlott, an ocean and earth system modeling scientist. And he's at the European Center for Medium-Range Weather Forecasts. The NHC also warned that the hurricane will lead to dangerous ocean conditions affecting the Bahamas, Bermuda, East Coast, and Atlantic Canada over the next several days. These rough ocean conditions will likely cause life-threatening surf and rip currents. So that is what I have for you. That came from Live Science. So those are some big waves if that happens. Okay, so if you missed it, I just gave a hurricane update. You'll have to scroll back a few minutes. I just ended it. I am not making extra videos to put out So if you're watching this live stream back, just scroll through the video and you will see the different updates that I am giving. Richard, they're in Canada. I hope you're prepared. Because I'm pretty sure what they're saying is this is going to affect all the eastern seaboard up to Canada. So you need to be prepared up there as well. This hurricane is headed northwest. I still see it as it still looks like it's on the same course that it's been on all morning. I'm going to refresh this one time, since you can see it's still in the same place, so it's not moved. So it's still in the same place. This updates every 4 minutes and 51 seconds. So it self-updates. So you will see the location of where this hurricane is located at. No, if anybody's planning on going to the beach, my suggestion is if you're going to the beach on the East Coast, that you don't. There's rip currents and waves, and it's not the time to go surfing. If you're planning on going boating, don't. It's not the time to go boating. Unless you're taking your boat further inland to avoid flooding and wind. And as far as what this hurricane's going and what they're showing, I don't trust it. I just got a bad feeling this one's going to come a lot closer to land. Okay, so we just had another earthquake. Our latest earthquake that we have had was a 2.5 right here in Sumatra, Indonesia. Well, that one is not in Indonesia. There was one in Indonesia. This one here looks like it is... That one is in Alaska. We've just had a 4.7 Kuril Islands. It was 48 kilometers deep. You know, Richard, if that thing turns and comes this way, I have nowhere to go. I'm staying home. My car has no gas. I got water. And I'm on a second story floor. So I'm going nowhere. But I got food and I got water. And just remember to fill up the tubs. Fill up extra bottles. And make do. Because we had one hurricane here before, where it put our electric out for over a week, and we had no water that you could use without boiling for well over 2 weeks. So preparedness is the key. And on top of that, I have batteries, flashlights, candles, dry, non-perishable food. So hard to believe. I'm watching this and thinking it's going to be here by Tuesday. That's day after tomorrow. Welcome to the channel, everybody. If you're just checking in here, feel free to chat in the chat room. Please remember to give us a like and subscribe if you aren't already. These are not the normal videos that I do or the normal live streams that I have. I am watching this because I live on the East Coast and I have friends and family that live on the coast. So I am keeping an eye on this, and some of the areas that are already being called for evacuation are where they live. Connected trailer garage with dock and car. Plus, we have people that are on some of our Facebook groups that are down there in Puerto Rico and Dominican Republic. We do have groups for those. Okay, there's been a 4.7 in the Molucca Sea. It was 80 kilometers deep. This just occurred 11 minutes ago. Okay, guys, so you know I am in and out of the chat and on and offline as far as the live stream. I'm giving updates about every hour. So if you're missing any of the updates, just scroll back and you will see where I have updated on this hurricane. I also played some of my music from my other channel, so feel free to listen to that music while you're watching the live stream. I'm not going to play it repeatedly. I enjoy creating my own music for my channel. Most of it is around science, so science-based songs. One of the songs was Volcano. The other is called Tremble and Shake. And then I have a peace song. All right, go ahead and look at wildfires, Nova. I hope they get that one out by your house. You guys, there is another storm out in the Atlantic, but I don't believe that it's going to be anything. I think it's going to follow the way of Erin and fizzle out. So I don't believe that it's going to actually reach the magnitude of this hurricane. I believe that it's going to just become a nothing burger. I was looking at it on Windy, and it just doesn't look like it's going to become anything to be worrying about. This one right here, I don't trust this one. They keep saying that it's supposed to turn north, It's not turning north. It's just continuing northwest. And to me, I don't know, it looks more like it's coming over this way. And even if it was to turn, guess what? It's going to clip North Carolina. And then you got to remember, this is the eye here, right? And everybody worries about the eye, but they're not worrying about the outer rings and the outer bands. The outer bands will still go over land. So we'll still get wind and rain. Not as much and not as bad, but that still pushes water up the rivers. And so then we have to worry about flooding. I want to again say thank you to everybody who's been checking into the channel today. I appreciate you being here. I appreciate you hanging out with me on the live stream. I appreciate you watching the weather along with me and watching earthquakes. So your time is just as valuable to me. Thank you. Okay, you guys, I was just looking at something and saw that Zelensky met with Trump. And he was wearing a t-shirt. No suit, a t-shirt. I wonder, does he have any suits? Okay, just wondering. Asking for a friend. You would think that if you're going to go to a big diplomatic meeting, you could put a suit on. Asking for a friend. Now, you guys, if y'all are hearing a clicking, that's because my computer is picking up me clicking on my computer. I apologize. Richard, post me the link in chat and I'll look at it live on the big screen. Well, that's not a link. That is latitude, longitude. Skylar, what are you doing? What did you knock over? Come here. Go on the counter in the kitchen and there's a box of cookies. Bring them here. You find it?
Yeah.
You want one?
Yes.
Okay.
It's a rectangle.
But are you going to sit down and behave instead of knocking things over and making a mess?
Yeah.
And I need you to pick up your mess, okay? So if you have a mess out there, clean it. did a good job the other day. You did a great job. There you go, baby. Love you. You're very welcome. Oh, I love you too, baby. Aw, I got the best grandkids in the world. She is 7 years old, but she's awesome. She's grandma's little sweetheart. Sent message? Okay, hang on. Alright, so this is what you're trying to look at here. This looks like where the fire's at. And then down here. Okay, so this is fire danger here. You got a moderate risk where you're at, but nothing major right now. So you have a fire here. That's Barren Lake, Little Long Lake, Five Finger Lake, Lake Holmes. And that's Long Lake and Bog Lake. So it's still a ways away from you. So I wouldn't be worrying too much. That's quite a ways away. The blue ones are active fires. So let's see here. There's an active fire there. This one is out of control though. So this is an out of control fire by West Dollhouse. But this one here is under control. This one is under control. So it's better that the ones that's closest to you is actually under control. But this one is out of control. But it'd have to go through several lakes just to get to you, Richard. And I just don't think that that's going to happen. So I think you're safe for now. All of these purple ones here are out of control and monitored. The red ones are out of control. Yellow is being held. That is so many wildfires. All right, that's what I got for you as far as wildfires. You're welcome. Penelope, what are you doing? What are you doing, Penny? It ain't time. It's not time yet. And no, I'm not giving you this. This is bad for you. Bad for your health. Hey, Broke, how you doing? Glad to see you here. Yes, the hurricane is still going northwest and has 130-mile-per-hour winds. I'm waiting for the 12 o'clock update, which I'm going to check real quick and see if it's come in yet. I've been updating about every hour. So as of 11, so they did change it. As of 11, it has 140-mile-per-hour winds now. So let's take a look here. It is still located, still moving west-northwest. So it's going west-northwest. It's not going north. It's going west-northwest. It's got a low minimum pressure of 935 millibars. And max sustained winds are 140 miles per hour. So it is still a Cat 4. Cat 5 is when it reaches 157. So it is a Cat 4. Let's take a look at what their analyses are. They are saying that it will come across. This is going to be, I believe this is tropical storm force winds here. So the outer coast of North Carolina will have tropical storm force winds. That's depending if it turns. We can see that it's going to be up here off of Nova Scotia as it does a big U-turn. Considering that it's right here on GOES, I don't see how they've got it all the way back here, but it's not there. It's up here. If you're looking at GOES, you can see where it is on GOES. So let me show you again. On GOES, you can see where it is. It's by the islands. Okay? So when we're looking at this, it shows that it's by the islands, but it's like right about here, and it's actually closer to the islands. Actually, am I looking at this? It's actually looks like it's here. So has it turned yet? Nope, I'm right. It's just by these islands here, the top ones. It's that long, skinny one. So it's by this one, so it's here. Because I was looking at, I said long, skinny one, so it's there. Oh my God. And this one back here, I'm not too worried about it. Let's look at Windy real quick. I like Windy, but, you know, we'll see if Windy's catching up or not. Okay, so here's the hurricane here. And it just shows it going straight north almost all of a sudden. And then it's going northwest. And those other bands coming all the way back into here. And then the one that I was looking at is back here. That's supposedly behind this one. Right here. I'm not going to worry about this one because watch what it does. It's going to take a turn too. And Erin, see this one's going up the coast? Erin's going to come over here, and then it's going to hit in between London and over here. This one's just going to get sucked up this way. But this one will probably affect Nova Scotia. And this one, you can see the eye there. It's still got a small eye. It's going to come into Swansea and London. And over here into Nantes and St. Helier. And that's what we got. And then it looks like we've got more storm over here. So Nova Scotia is still going to get some storms up here. So that's what it says. And watching Goes is showing it going like pretty much west. So, you know, I'm sitting here watching this going, okay, Wendy's got it going one way, Goes has got it going another way. I'd rather trust Goes over Wendy right now. And I'm hearing people say, it's going to hit Florida. Let's hope it doesn't hit any land. Well, it's hitting those islands, though. And then, of course, Bermuda, poor Bermuda out there, is going to get hit. How are you number 3? Who's number 2? Okay, where's number 2? Somebody's number 2. Let me look and see who number 2 is. Oh, Antia 7687 is number 2. Look how this is strengthening. Now it looks like it's going through eye wall replacement again. I'm sorry, but those wobbles are to the west. Yeah, it's going, it looks like eye wall replacement right now. What we got? What we got? We just had a 3.8 in Turkey and a 2.1 offshore Northern California and a 1.7 Strait of Gibraltar. Okay, so if y'all missed any of the updates, you'll have to scroll back on the live stream. I've updated about every hour. You did most of the East Coast? How about the West Coast? The West Coast, I hear it's hot out there. Let's see. Weather. Arizona. Where's Arizona City? Oh, I guess it's Arizona. 88 degrees Fahrenheit. Nope, you did fine. I can't spell, you guys. I can't spell. Send somebody a message and I say hours and I put HURS. Hers. Try to put in a city, Richard. It's easy to put in California, but different areas in California have different weather. So like San Jose, California. And if you're watching the live stream, you can also use the commands to put in for weather in the areas that you are in. That makes it more fun. Feel free to chat in the chat room. You're welcome to talk about whatever you want to. You do not have to keep it to the topic that is on the screen. This is just a chat room that is up and you can chat in the chat room. We chat about anything and everything here. That one's New Zealand. I think. No, it's not. Where is this one? Ringing in up here. So that is for Russia, Kamchatka. Or Kuril Islands. Probably the 4.8 for Kuril Islands. We have different flags on here for different areas, so you'll see them. You might see more than one, and that's because I have more than one agency listed. And you guys, please check out Broke Fishing's channel and check out Nova Scotia Richquake's channel. Also, he's not here right now, but Emergency Management Associates does live updates in the evenings, sometimes on Saturday, and on Sunday he does church service. Also, there are other channels that do a lot of different updates, and please be respectful of all channels that you go to. Thank you. Oh, you guys, if y'all are just getting in here, I got on today to my subscriber count being 666. Okay? So, if you'd like to hit that subscribe button, please do. I want to get as far away from that number as I can. And yes, we have been live now going on 6 hours. I woke up this morning and I decided, hey, I'm going to live stream. Have nothing to do today. So I might do the same thing tomorrow too. Strait of Gibraltar, 1.7. What was the biggest earthquake today? 5.2 off the east coast of Kamchatka. There was a 5.5 in Tonga. And there was a 5.6 off the coast of Asen, Chile. I have not heard of that place before. But that was almost a 6.0, so I'm going to bet that it was probably a 6.0 downgraded. Aisen, 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 Chile. There was also a 5.1 in northern Algeria. Interesting day. A red 5.1? What do you mean a red 5.1? Okay, the red ones are older, the lighter ones are newer. So, oldest, second oldest, newest. I don't see a red 5.1 though. Oh yeah, I was just looking at this on EMSC. Here, they've got it as a red 5.1. That doesn't really make sense because I was looking at all the other ones except for Santa Cruz Islands was a 6.3 on the 14th. But yeah, they do have this 5.1 is red for today. I know yesterday. Unless that marks the last quake. No, it doesn't. I wonder why they do that. That is interesting. Yeah, it's highlighted. You're right. No idea. I have no idea for that. Maybe because it's another station or another country or I don't know. No idea. I would have to email them and ask them why they make them red. Yippee-ki-yay, move along, little doggy. Know that Wyoming will be your new home. Get me out of North Carolina. I don't want no more hurricanes. I'll tell you what, last year hurricanes. This year we're looking at hurricanes. Last year flooding, this year flooding. There was more flooding this year. And those weren't even because of hurricanes. Then there's been, oh my God, I know y'all watched the live streams where I was talking about all the flooding that was going on just last month in different parts of this country, flooding everywhere. And now I'm sitting here thinking, poor North Carolina up there, the west side of North Carolina still has not had time. I mean, they are still not back to normal. They still have people living in tents and not in homes yet. And things are still starting to be rebuilt. But yet, if we get hurricanes, there's just going to be more damage, more flooding. And I'm feeling horrible for the people that are in the western part of North Carolina. And now we're looking at possible damage to the coast of North Carolina. And they've already had a lot of erosion from the storms. So if you've seen any of the videos or the pictures that have come out of the houses that are sitting halfway into the ocean on stilts, what's going to be left? I mean, it's And then, there's been questions lately. I mean, I've been talking to other people about whether these hurricanes are being manipulated. And the other day we saw a shockwave come off of the hurricane. So, it wouldn't surprise me. I'm sorry. And it's not a topic that I like to talk about, but it is, if you see it, you see it. I'm watching to see if our eye wall is reforming, because the eye wall right now has collapsed. If you're watching, the eye wall is right here. So you can see the eye wall has clouds in it. So right now it is not a perfectly round eye wall. Which would be nice to watch if it loses strength. That would be awesome. And then the other thing that this storm has got, I think that's interfering with it, is dry air. Welcome to the channel, everybody who is checking in. Please remember to hit the like button. Subscribe if you are not subscribed already. We offer memberships on this channel. You're welcome to become a member. We will be doing member videos only and member chats. There's the 5.0 down in Chile. And there has just been a 1.3 in Switzerland. Okay, I will be back in a few minutes. Hey, what are y'all snacking on? I'm snacking on cantaloupe. I am having cantaloupe and coffee since it's lunchtime. And I bought a cantaloupe yesterday. And oh my god, this one is yummy. Oh my god. I haven't had cantaloupe in a long time, so I thought, oh, I'll buy a cantaloupe. And I got a big cantaloupe, and I thought, it might not be great, but because it didn't have soft spots or anything, which is good. But oh my goodness, this cantaloupe is so sweet. Oh my goodness. You're having a cigarette for breakfast? Yuck. Okay. Yuck. Okay, not for breakfast. Cantaloupe. Let me show y'all. I'm having cantaloupe. I will share my breakfast with y'all. Here you go. There's my lunch. Cantaloupe. Yummy cantaloupe. Okay. That is my lunch. I don't hear any fire trucks or ambulances. You hearing them there? Well, keep an eye out for that fire. Skylet! Come here, Munchkin. Here, Bubba. You put this in the sink for me, please?
Yes.
Thank you, my love. Okay, you guys, so I'm one of those people, you might get a laugh out of this, but I hate watermelon. I don't like watermelon at all. I don't like the seeds from them. I don't even like watermelon juice. But I like cantaloupe. I like most breakfast lopes, but I do not like watermelon. And that started when I was a little kid. I think it's because I ate too many watermelon seeds. Okay, so I'm turning this off while I'm eating. I'm turning off the sound. Oh, and here's another one I don't like. I don't like pineapples unless they're cooked. So you guys, wish me luck on this one. I have bought some bread flour, and I'm going to learn how to make my own bread. I decided it'd probably be more cheaper than making it from the store or buying it from the store. So I bought bread flour, I bought yeast, I got the ingredients that I need to make bread. So I'm going to learn how to make bread. Wish me luck, because, most of the time when I cook things, I either burn it. Like, I am the only person that I know of that can boil water and burn the pot too. But I like trying. Trust me, I have burned a pot of water more than once. And it's not for lack of trying. It's just that, I'd be like, ooh, squirrel, and start paying attention to something else and forget that I have a pot of water on the stove, So, ooh, squirrel, burn pot. I cooked that pot. It was blackened. I mean, there was no water left. Blackened. But I'm learning. I used to cook a lot when my kids were younger. And then when they got old enough and moved out on their own and stuff, I kind of quit. Because there wasn't anybody to cook for anymore. Except me. But then, you know what? Things are gotten so expensive. Oh my goodness, you guys. I went to Food Lion, okay? Grocery store. And I was going to buy meat, okay? For an itty bitty little steak. $19. Okay? For a pot roast. $35. I'm like, what the heck are these prices? You can't afford to buy anything hardly anymore unless it's junk, and I don't want junk. So I'm sticking to my veggies and my fruits, and if I can find it, like I'll buy hot dogs, beef hot dogs, but or sausage, but I don't do pork, so I don't buy pork very much. I don't like the taste of it; it's the texture. I like bacon, but I don't like pork. I don't know why, I never have. But I noticed that the prices for pork were like $10 for a huge piece of meat. And I'm like, what is the difference between the prices between pork and cow? Why are they so expensive? Why is beef so expensive? It doesn't make sense. Don't we have as many cows as we do pigs? Or is it because the pigs are smaller and they're easier to make? I don't know. I was trying to figure that out. I was debating that at the grocery store. I don't know what haggis is. I don't think I want to try it. It doesn't sound very appealing. Auntie A says, I made Lorraine Pascal's twister bread. Ooh, that sounds interesting. I'm going to try to make cinnamon raisin bread. Because I used to like to buy that from the store. And I like cinnamon raisin. So I think I'm going to try to make cinnamon raisin bread. And flatbread. And my sister has already sent me a recipe. Apparently she got a recipe that it's an Amish recipe. So she said, their bread's good. So I'm going to try to make it, see how it turns out. I'll take some pictures if it dilapidates. But it sounds like it'd be fun. And I'm going to try to get my granddaughter. I'm going to start, she's 7, so I can actually start teaching her how to cook because she's showing a lot of interest in a lot of things. So I want to start teaching her at a young age so that as she grows, she doesn't want to go to McDonald's and things like that because we don't do much McDonald's in our house. We don't do going out to eat, but it's easier if you teach children when they're young to cook that later in life they'll cook for themselves rather than going out somewhere. So going out should only be a special treat anyway. Oh, yes, you guys, if y'all don't do Facebook, we do have a MeWe group on MeWe. So feel free to join the MeWe group. It is Rebecca the Explorer, Earthquakes, News, and Weather. That is on MeWe. So I posted a link to the MeWe, so feel free to join that. It is free to join MeWe. You do not have to pay for the site. They do offer a paid site, but you do not have to pay to join MeWe. All the kids in your house can cook. That's awesome. Yeah, my daughter, my middle daughter, she is the best cook. She cooks a lot of stuff. She can take just a few ingredients, put them together, and make a full course meal. So that's awesome. I taught her when she was little, but I think it's important to get back to basics. Teach your kids how to sew, if you can, so that they can fix things for themselves. Teach them how to cook, garden if you have the room for having gardening and you know how to garden. Teach your kids how to garden. All of the things that kids are losing skills at these days, because one of the things I've noticed, and I go out in public and I notice it, how many times do you go out in public that you don't see people on their cell phones 24/7? They're on their cell phones facing the screen. Teach them how to do things and they'll be less likely to be on their phones and more likely to be spending time with other people, communicating, having communication skills, because that is very important, and being able to learn things outside the box. People are so much into their cell phones these days that it's a wonder that anybody is able to communicate any longer. I hear mom taught you how to cook. That's awesome. My mom was an awesome cook. My adopted mom. As y'all know, I was in a foster home from the time I was 9 years old on. But I used to watch my adopted mom cook, and she could cook some really good food. She made something to this day that I think about, and it's kind of like a pancake, but it has sausage, and it was really good, and I can't remember the name of it or how to make it, but I've tried mimicking several times to see if I could figure it out. She used to make a lot of beans, rice, vegetable meals, stuff that was so good. Oh my God. And then she taught me how to sew when I was younger. So when I was older, I actually opened my own store. I used to make handmade pillows and blankets, and used to sell them in my own store. Yeah, you don't see kids out playing much anymore. It's like they're home, they've got their babysitter, instead of being their parents doing stuff with them or them out being outside playing. They're stuck on a TV, or they're stuck watching their cell phone or gaming. And it's been used so much as a crutch to be parents. And it's sickening. When my kids were younger, my daughters and my kids were younger, we had horses. I bought horses for my kids. And we used to spend a lot of time outdoors. When I wasn't working, they would be out riding. They would be out having fun, being outside and doing stuff. Yeah, like climbing trees. We used to spend a lot of time over at the farm where we kept our horses at. And that was one of the things that they needed, was to be away from game systems and cell phones and all of that. And until now, it's like my youngest daughter, she just graduated magna cum laude from her college. And that's because she spends a lot of time reading. She loves books. The more books, the better. She'll read everything. She's always been into books and was never much into computers and stuff like that. So, well, one thing she was into was cameras, and she used to do a lot of photography, so she still does. But I've been proud of her for that. And then my other daughter, I taught her how to sew, and she makes fur costumes for different people, and those can get really expensive. And she makes those by hand. She doesn't use sewing machine on them. So she makes those for people that want them. And then I'd say my son, he's a gamer. As he got older, he's gotten into gaming. But that's one of the things, that's his choice. He decided that. But I'm proud of my kids, because they didn't grow up having cell phones to stick their noses into, or computers. They grew up with books and being outside and playing with their friends and having fun. And now it's like you can't go anywhere without seeing somebody stuff with their nose into a cell phone or into a computer. That's why I always end my live streams, to make life an adventure, get out and have fun. Because, you know, one of these days you might not be able to go outside anymore. And that's because of volcanoes and because of the things that are going on in this world. It's getting so evil, you go out, you don't know what to expect anymore. Oh, I love horses. Nova, I love horses. We had 3. We had, the one that we had, Cheyenne, was like a pinto, but he was pinto in color. But he was an awesome, awesome, awesome horse. And then we had Dallas. And Dallas was a quarter horse. And he was saddle broke, or dead broke, which means that you could do almost anything on him. Never had any problems with any of these horses that I had. And then my daughter, she had a pony. My youngest daughter had a pony. The only one of my kids that didn't get into horses was my son. And then my oldest son, he's a band member. He has his own band. And he actually owns his own business. So yeah, the days of the cell phones. You know what I use the cell phone for? I use my computer all the time, but I use my cell phone maybe for making videos once in a while. Or for talking to people, but that's about it. All right, Nova. Bad water. No rabbits in Scotland anymore. Used to be thousands. Isn't that where that book Watership Down came from, Scotland? What was... Let me look that up. Where was the book Watership Down based on? It was... The book Watership Down by Richard Adams is based on a real-life Watership Down hill in Hampshire, England. And it's a story about a group of rabbits that leave their warren after one of them has a premonition of its destruction. So I knew it was over that way somewhere. I had that book read to me when I was little. I loved that book. Ah, there you go. You finally got the bad water up. Hey, Broke Fishin', meet me over in Facebook chat for a minute, please. The bot says it's 73 degrees Fahrenheit. Broke Fishing says he's looking at it and it says 91. Oh, wow. I like bunnies. Bunnies are cool. My daughter had a bunny for a while. She had a big gray rabbit. So, you guys, I'm going to ask this. Should I leave the live stream up for you guys for a while? I have to get some housework done. Or should I come back live later? So, I'm going to leave it a vote. I'm going to do a poll. Okay, so I put a poll up, you guys, so if you want to vote in the poll, deciding on your answer, I will leave the live stream up, or I will come back live later. Broke, that's not an answer. Okay, there are 4 people watching, so between the 4 of you, there was 6, but now there's 4. So between the 4 of you, leave a later or leave up. Thank you, Auntie A. Okay, you guys, so far the later is winning. I have to reset the stream anyway, so what I could do is I will come back at 2 o'clock and then I will be live until about 6. Or we'll come back at 2 and then we'll go over the weather again. So I got 2 votes so far. So there's 2 more of you that haven't voted. I'm going to leave this up here for about 5 more minutes for anybody else who wants to vote, because looks like my mods are voting. All right, so you have some housework to do too? So do I. You have some housework for me? Yes, I've got some housework I have to get done. And a dog I gotta go walk. And maybe when I come back, I'll do another song. All right, you guys, thank you for being here today. We're going to end the poll. So y'all can see that the poll showed 100% for me to come back later. So I will be back later. We will do another live stream later. And that was based on all 2 votes. So if there was a third one, it probably would have been the same 2. So we will come back later and do another live stream in about 2.5 hours. Okay, you guys? So I will see you all then. Thank you for being here today. Thank you for spending time on the live stream. Thank you for watching the weather. We will do another update in 2 hours. And or 2.5 hours. So I will see you all then. I have things I have to go get done, so I don't want to leave the live stream up. And I know that my I don't do housework, broke. I do my own housework though. Is it by the job or by the hour? No, I just have dishes I gotta go get done. All right, you guys, I love you. Please remember to tell someone you love them. Tomorrow is never promised. Make each day an adventure. Get outside and do something fun. Anyways, you guys, I love you. And I will see you all on the next live stream in about 2.5 hours. Much love.